Yeah. What's good? Yo, Ty, not my own with the 150 stream streak. Now that's crazy. Now that's friggin' crazy right there. Thank you guys. Holy. How we doing? Not my own time. Baby Beans, Molly, Schubert, Snowblade. I gotta sneeze. Excellent. All right. Yeah, dude, that anime is so good. I mean, it's not what I expected, but it's really good. It's just usually when I expect, which magic anime, I expect wands and staves. So it's a cool spin on magic. I like it. I only slept for an hour? Yeah, that sounds brutal, man. That's not good. You guys just play Destiny all night? I was almost gonna do that with Final Fantasy, and I was like, well, I gotta stream in the morning. I say morning, but it's 13:07. Whatever. Morning enough. Hey! I didn't say you could repeat the same track. Stop. No. You can't just repeat tracks, man. Stop it. Stop. No. Just stop it. What's up, Lunaris? I'm doing alright. Chilling today, vibing. Couldn't eat it all last night due to just Sag. Yeah. I don't know why it's XQCL. I think 7TV is actually busted. That's supposed to be my emotes. Actually, it's not even 7TV. It's not even 7TV. It's just my sub emotes. Everything's just dying. Like the API. Twitch broke the API again. Why? Why? Sub Reaper. Rip. Enjoy ketchup. Excellent. Cool. Why does the Stream Deck Twitch add-on not have a thing to snooze ads? I don't get it. That'd be kind of great to have. But whatever. Cool, man. Whatevs. What's up, Shirkwan? Okay, cool. Cool. So, we played Repo yesterday. That was fun. I think Repo was fun yesterday. I think most people enjoyed it. We did end up wiping, unfortunately. I really tried my best to prevent it. But without a weapon, without, true gamer prowess, and without any real ability to gain more money in the game to save the run, it was just, it was cooked. It was cooked. We already had that moment with Rose, and she saved the day. I had an unopened deposit point, a full dead team, and I don't know. I needed like 10k more points for money, whatever. It was Jover. There was no chance. But we tried. We tried. We really did. I think it's good that we ended up wiping. I think, you know, people were tired of the same run. I think people were tired of it, which is totally fair. Man. Man, oh man, dude. Dude, man, oh man, dude. You gonna play Fortnite for Pomni? Nope. I will not be doing that. Yeah, I will not be playing Fortnite. If I was gonna play Fortnite, it would have been for when Gorillaz was in. I did play Fortnite for Daft Punk, and now when I say played, I mean I downloaded it, I went into the lobby, I saw the event, and then I uninstalled it. What's the specs, Alexi? I'm so disoriented by the weather, dude. I don't know about you guys, I don't know how the weather has been for you, but like, oh my god. Why? It is... How hot is it today? I can't even... It won't even tell me. Cool. I guess it's so hot that it can't even read the temperatures. Nice. Good. We're getting cooked alive. And then it's gonna rain over the weekend, I'm sure. And it's gonna be like, oh, this is nice. And it's gonna be hot again. Dude, the humidity is so... Oh, dude. Dude. I just... Like, how, man? It's funny because it happens the same exact way every single year, essentially. But, like, man. What are we even doing? Who let the sun do this? Who let... whatever else do this? The climate. It's just ridiculous. So my PC crashed again last night. It was awesome. It also just so happened to be exactly the moment when I went AFK to go brush my teeth, because I was heading for bed, man. And I come back and I see that my PC's on the login screen, and I'm like, oh, that's good. That's great. Yep. This is where we're going, huh? So I even lost the little streak record we were doing on in the Discord. It almost hit 500 hours. Literally this morning it would have hit 500 hours. And for what? It's gone. Ruined. What can you do? What can you do? Why does the music sound so loud today? But it's not for you guys. What? I'm like evening it out with my evening. Yes. Blessed be the mixer. Yeah, I can finally hear the alerts again. I don't even know what the problem was. At least we got some stuff fixed, man. I gotta work on a new bump for next week because we haven't had a bump in, what, 2 weeks? Was it 3 weeks? I hardly even count the most recent one because it felt so half-assed. Okay, the VODs are uploading. That's good. The VODs are done. They're processing, rather. Oh boy. It is Thursday, my dudes. I've been wondering if people wanted different games aside from Repo. I see people tagging me in Community Wednesday with Burglin Gnomes. I'm like, man, what the hell is what the fucking kind of fucking why you? I don't know, Lumina. I don't know nothing no more. You know what I mean? Or no? You know or no? Where is the plant today? Oh, it's Thursday. It's Thursday. Never mind. Hey, good night to you, man. Good luck out there. May your slumber be ever so sleeping powder. I was gone with the self of the day. Gone with the self of the day. Gone. Just awoken from my after work nap. You napping individuals are just not real. I don't understand. I don't understand. I can't do it. I really can't. If I nap, I will actually rot. I will wake up with a headache. I will feel crusty and I'll feel like I need to sleep for like 8 more hours. The napping doesn't work for me, man. It doesn't. Undersleeping doesn't work. I won't function. Oversleeping, I don't. More than 8 hours of sleep and I'm cooked. What's going on? What's wrong with me? 2 hours before work? And like 4 after. Jeez. I mean, I know people who do the 4 and then 1 and then 4. So 4 hours of sleep and then an hour awake and then 4 hours of sleep. I tried that once. No. No. It's no go for me. Yo, Juice Sour, awesome. What's up? Welcome in, welcome in. My problem? I'm so parasocial. I make my schedule around streams. Oh no. Honestly, understandable. Everyone's parasocial. Now that's quite parasocial, but have I ever done that? I mean, I've definitely stayed up to watch like Grimmy. What streamers have I wanted to watch but just couldn't? I mean, this is my stream schedule. I start at 1 p.m., so 19 minutes ago. Almost 20 now. I can't watch Lucy because she goes live around this time or a little bit after, and then she only streams for like 3 hours. So I don't get to see that. Numi? I haven't watched Numi in a minute. I haven't watched Numi in a hot minute. Leaf goes live before me, so I get to watch a little bit before I do my thing. Are you a bird? Bird, I'm gonna be really honest with you, man. I actually don't particularly like birds, except for owls. I'm sorry you have to find out this way. You hate birds? Why are you a bird, bro? Why are you a bird? The cats go live at 6 p.m. And go into the AM hours. They do. They do. I end stream. Chris starts around like an hour after I go live. And I end stream. And I'll have her on the other tab. And I'm like falling asleep hours later. And she's still going. That's crazy. Laugh fucks. Why's your name Bird then? Is it like is it your vendetta? Dedicated to the grind. Dude, they're crazy. All of them. They really are. I couldn't think of a good name. A bird with many eyes is a pretty good name. It has maybe one too many eyes, but is wanted bird, but it was taken. Yeah. A limit on League? Oh god, dude. So hold on. Do you have the same number of eyes like everywhere that you own an account? 13, yes. That's crazy. Mine's from Destiny. It's cringe, I know. Lumina's the one weapon, right? The one that like heals. The healing hand cannon. Dude, I love hand cannons. Holy. I love hand cannons. Yeah, the purified thorn, that's what it was. Yeah. Maybe I should have just named myself Whisper of the Worm. Nah, I like Izanagi's Burden. I think that's my favorite exotic. I love sniper rifles and hand cannons, so I'm not built for PvP in that game because the meta is shotguns and like hand cannons. So basically, I would have to swap out my sniper rifle, but I just won't. I won't do that. I will not be doing that. I will not be doing that. Yeah. 24k Crucible kills on Lumina. Have I tried Lumina? Actually, I did, I think, in Trials. I think I did. We didn't do well, but I tried. Maybe we did win. I don't remember. I'm very bad at PvP. In most circumstances, the only PvP I'm good at is Final Fantasy XIV, unfortunately. It's okay, Destiny's dead. Soon it will be. It will be soon. Yep. I'm gonna do the Pantheon this weekend, I think. We might even stream it, in all honesty. I'm washed. I'm so washed up, dude. Oh, God. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Trial carries? Damn. I just had the same two other people run it with me. Sometimes we did well, sometimes we did horribly. Met these people when I was a child. Destiny I got into with some IRL friends. It's mostly Final Fantasy where I met mostly like online friends. The IRL friends for Destiny 2 for a very long time. And then I met some people through VR chat that played Destiny 2, so we played a hot bit, a good amount. I mean, it was mostly like raiding. We really like to do raiding in dungeons, master mode. Zero from League. I actually never added anyone from League of Legends. Like any random, never. Do I know anyone specifically from League? No. I mean, I play. Oh God. Oh God. I've joined some League streamer lobby 5v5s. I can't do another MMO. Of course, League is where you make enemies, not friends. True, true. I entered a raffle thing. It was like a quick. It's almost like rolling a D100 and just seeing which viewer's name shows up, right? But anyways, uh, I was in a Pokimane lobby for League one time. Oh God, that was awful. That was awful. Um, God, how long ago was that? That must have been like 2017 or 18. And then I also joined. There's another streamer who did a lot of League. Uh, it's easier not to name her these days. She's very not what she used to be. I need MMO so bad, dude. Final Fantasy 14. Are you rich? Hell no. Not Casey Tron. No, 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 no. I mean, she's not really a streamer. The person I'm talking about anymore. More like a YouTuber, or was. Tier 3 Poke sub for real, for real. There was a meme for so long, and I just got gifted tier 3s to Poke for like half a year. Why? Why? I can't play gotcha games. Shit burns my brain. I did play a lot of Honkai Star Rail. So Casey Tron. No, not Casey Tron. You must really like Pokey. Pokey, Pokey, my one and only. She make that money, money. No, not anymore. I mean, like back then I liked OTV, so she was there, right? I shouldn't play them. That's true. Why do you play them? I stopped because. Why did I stop? I stopped playing Honkai because I got lazy and I didn't like that my team that I made became irrelevant like 2 weeks later. I guess is the anime guy part of OTK Plus? Which anime guy? The anime man? No, I don't. Oh, Saikuno's part. He was is I don't. He's part of like OTV and Friends, or was, or is. I don't even know. What is that title? What is that title? What? It's just my mood today. What? Yeah, I like the story of Honkai Star Rail. I stopped right after what, like the weird parallel world or whatever. And not OTK. OTK is like dead. Skara. Now that's my goat. My OTV goat. He did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. Dude, he just goes live and plays like TFT for 10 hours. And then that's it. And that's that. Oh, that was his stream. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Who else from OTV? Yvonne. She just plays League. Uh, do I really watch anyone else there? I like Lily Pichu for a bit. I miss the other guy with long hair. I'm a cutie. I mean, he still streams. It's just only League of Legends. Disguised Toast was how I got into OTV. Damn, Toast. I met Toast. Ooh, okay, this is gonna be rough. Okay. I went to PAX East. I think it was 2016 or 17. I met Lily Pichu, Toast. I think his name was Mo. What was his name was like Yasuo or something? Like, you know, literally like the champion, but with a second S or something. I met Pokey. I met Dyrus. I met Fed. Yep. I met Poke. I met all of Team 5 at the time. All of Team 5 from VR chat. That was a crazy year. Yeah, Fed. Yeah, yeah. You lost your streak? That's okay, man. That's okay. Yeah, I have pictures with all of them. Yeah, unfortunately, somewhere I have a picture with Fed. No more stroking it. Yeah, that's true. You can't jork it no more. I mean, like... First of all, what a great name. Seriously, that's fantastic. But second of all, what is going on here? Thank you for the 5 gifted, and your profile picture is from the one anime. I can't remember its name. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Feet? You guys want to see feet? Boom, check this out right here. Oh! Oh my god. It's like a silhouette, dude. This is crazy. Yeah, the filter's crazy, right? Do not float, man. Oh, my bad. I'm missing an arm. This VTuber model has gone through hell and back. Damn, shoes. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to remove those, so thank you for the 5 gifted. I hope. Add it to the collection? Oh, God. What does that mean? Yeah, I met Dyrus in VR chat. That was cool. I guess. And then oh yeah, Helsing, that's what it was. Thank you. Helsing. And then I fought Dyrus in no, I didn't. I can never remember if I fought against Dyrus in Overwatch or not. I think our team got eliminated before that opportunity even like happened. But I can't remember because I was so annoyed that day. Blue site people. Classic. I don't know why that sound happens. I'm just gonna be so real. I don't know why that happens every single time. I killed Dodge and Varchet. You did, yeah. Oh, Fusion TSK. That's because it is. Lumina is named after Lumina from Destiny. I'm too far gone. It's Jover, dude. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man. Thank you again for the random 5 gifted. What the hell? I'm not even playing a game. I'm just yapping. It's crazy. One gun stole 6 years of my life. My God, what if my name was Izanagi's Burden instead of Aiko? That'd be pretty depressing today. Truly. I love Izanagi's Burden. Truly. Izanagi's Burden. Whisper of the Worm. Revision 0. Exactly. I love Revision 0. Come on, there's one more that I'm thinking of and I can't. The Void Pulse Rifle that you get from Val. What is his name? Ah, Collective Obligation. That's the one. Oh, I love that one so freaking much. I love Collective Obligation. What's up, Juvie? Yesterday I woke up in neck pain, so I couldn't join Repo yesterday. That's okay, man. It's just, we might be taking another break, so Repo might not be back for a while. The Green Man is what they call me some days. Yeah. I didn't get no greens. And why he green? I don't know. Geen Problem. Shout out Lalathon for helping me discover the song. It's so good. It's like your thoughts feel like this IRL. Oh, sorry. Lol. I did do that one time. Oh my God. I did a long stream of VR chat the day before. And I went to work and I remember like answering the phone from my boss. And I spoke like that. I was like, "Hello, what you saying for me?" And she actually just laughed. And ever since then, I was allowed to do that at work. So I infected my office for the longest time. Where's that from? What, Geen Problem? I don't know. I don't know why this happened. Play Frictionless Wipe next. What is happening? Help. My ears. Jackson Aiko giving me the vocal stims. Oh, sorry. Wait, no, put it back? I don't know what it was now, dude. It was a deadmau5 song. Man, you guys should have seen it during the VR chat, like, peak era of COVID. I spoke that like that 24/7. It's crazy. Dude, why is my audio so loud today, man? Yeah. Hey, look, more gold. Gold. You guys like fruit smoothies? Haha. Big fan here myself. Yeah, by the way, we might have a weekend stream and I might do Destiny 2. Last night in the middle of June. Dude, how do they know? How do they know? What? I mean, for the Pantheon. I think we're doing it this weekend. I say, I think. No one said anything. What's going on? I'm gonna make a group chat. And be like, all right, come on. Time day. Mr. Dome was aware and on board for this weekend. I do that. Yeah. So honestly, it's up to Fausto, and I'm gonna be really so transparent. If Fausto appears at 9 p.m., I am not running it at 9 p.m. Even if it's a Saturday, I'm not doing it. Okay? I'm not I'm off work, Smile. No. No. He doesn't do that. I told him. It's pissing me off, man. I'm not gonna last second jump in and be like, yeah, I'll do the Pantheon at 9 p.m. and run it and prog it for 10 hours at 9 p.m. No. No, 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 no. No. All right. 6 p.m. 16-hour div run. Oh, man. What was the longest, like, run we did?
Okay, Garmin. Video speichern.
Now, these better be leftover bits. Dude, these better be leftover bits, Omega Wolf, or you're in big trouble.
What's up?
What's up? Master Crota was like 5 hours? No. We did... It was one of the day ones. Maybe... No, I don't think it was Crota. It was a long session. I'm talking like... No, wait a second. Didn't we, like, prog longer for, what do you call it? The Witness. I feel like that was, like... Oh, wait, no, you're right. The Pantheon. Wait, yeah, wait. Whoa. This what Skrillex up to these days? I dig the beat. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, no, the Pantheon we ran, I mean, multiple days, but also when we ran it, they were pretty long sessions. Any keyboard recommendations? I am currently using an 8-bit DOE keyboard. It's not anything super fancy. It's just, it looks retro, and I like it for that. Whoa. What the hell? This isn't dubstep. What the hell? What's this guy doing? Now I'm pissed. I don't know. As far as peripherals go, I got like a whole retro set from this company called 8-bit DOE. I even have the mouse. It's got 4 side buttons, so that's pretty peak. But yeah. I like the keyboard. You should check it out if you like retro stuff. It doesn't have a numpad, so it might piss you off. Actually, wait, no, there's a version that has a numpad. I lied. My next keyboard's probably gonna have a numpad. I miss having it. This song's freaking crazy. What the hell? Really stops me from sprinting. Oof. I mean, my suggestion would be something custom, but, you know, that's money, dollary dues. But can you imagine a Fusion TSK, like, custom keyboard? That'd be sick. Just a bunch of, like, blue and red. Maybe some white in there, you know? They can be pretty expensive, though. Depends on, like, what switches and stuff you want. What was the keyboard I had before this? I can't even remember. They were called, like... Like, Angel something... switches. Oh, wow. $470. That's crazy, dude. What are we doing? Yeah. Yo, can you spot me 470? Dude, I'm like 15 grand in debt. All right. No, I can't. Maybe in a couple of years, you know? Oh, what's another 500 bucks? Dude, you're right. Yeah, you're right. My favorite thing is that everyone's like, oh, it's fine that you're in that much debt. You'll just pay it off in like a month. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I'm going to make 15 grand in a month. No, that's cool. No, for sure. Absolutely. If I make 15 grand in a month, pff, you think I'm paying off the... Bro, that's crazy. Oh, dude, that is true. I mean, honestly, just sell a house and you'll be good. Honestly, you'll be good. Just sell a house. Just go renew my license. Trying to think of what the commissions were for my boss. I mean, for rentals alone, dude, she was making so much. Dude, the rentals alone, don't even get me started on the sales. Like, what? There were times where she was tempted to buy a certain client's home to flip it and resell it. And I'm like, do you have this money? And she's like, no, but I will. I'm like, okay, yeah. But that's the thing. She's getting the commission, right? And I didn't think about this big brain play, but your client is already paying you the commission fee percentage for the sale. So she's technically not paying the full amount because she's buying it. Brain explode. Crazy. Crazy. I want Minecraft. I really appreciate Minecraft. I appreciate Minecraft. I almost played some Final Fantasy today. This is so Minecraft. Yeah. Dude, what do we even do in Minecraft's Jover? Like... I love this song. Big fan of this song right here. Okay. What is going on? Let's clear this out first. Honey bottle. Why do I have a bundle inside my bundle? Oh, jeez. I wonder if Radiant worked on the Aetherite at all. We'll take a peek in just a moment. Alright, we need a proper chest for, like, the nether. For now, this will have to do. Do I really need another line of bundles? I'll just put it here for now, I guess. This is so Minecraft. I have 35 levels. Where's my controller? Where's my actually looking at the video game? Hey, Shmeefa. And why is she Shmeef? I don't know. I got some brewing stains. I'm ready to make some good old potions. Lotions and potions. Time to cook. Oh yeah, meth. It double types? Now that's... I wonder if it's just a Windows 11 thing. I have that sometimes, where it like stops me from moving. Let's go get... channeling. And mending. Whoa. How he did that? Wait, I need signs. Oh boy. Okay, so this... takes us to Snarlopolis. I think. Okay, maybe not. What the hell? Oh, it's this way. Where's the spawn portal? It's that way. Wait, why is there two? Oh, jeez. Oh, God. So I assume this takes us to the spawn portal, then? Oh, God. I really love when they have one wide things in another. It's just so great. It really is. This is not the spawn portal. Is it? Okay, whatever. It's close enough. I mean, really, what's 21 blocks difference? Am I right? Um. Excellent. Okay, we gotta go to the trade station. Where am I? I'm disoriented. What the? Oh. Hey, okay, so we need mending. We need channeling. Sweet. No anvils. Probably all broken, used up. Fair. Very fair. Okay. Spawn looks cool these days. What is that? I don't have a spyglass. We gotta go make one. I gave mine away. What the hell is this? Also, let me fix... There we go. Oh, they got a beacon up somewhere. Oh. Wait, we literally saw that, like, planted. I don't know if that was on stream or not. I don't remember. Interesting. What? Someone make a prison? What is this? Huh? Little campsite, that's cool. The walls made it look like a prison for a moment. Not gonna lie. Claimed. I think I would have gathered that information from the gigantic wall going around it. Crazy. Man, this place looks sick. I really like this right here. The carriage. Alright, I've been dying to look at this witch hat home. Literally my weakness. I need to go see it. I've put it off for far too long. Oh my god. See, now my A key just stopped working. I think it's just Windows 11, man. I mean, mine is wireless. For what it's worth. Okay, they're just banging in here. That's cool. Enjoy. Villager orgies. What the? There's an iron golem in here. Wait, that would have been genius. Why don't we just make an iron golem to like defend the UFO area? Oh, he'd probably fall into the snow and perish. That's probably what would happen. Hello? Not really what I expected from a witch hut. Alrighty then. Gotta be honest, didn't expect a bunch of hung up animals. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Huge tower. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This guy's dual wielding. He had an auto this shell. That's crazy. Whoa. What in the world? Wait, let me see if this is finally ready. Yeah. Now this is vibes. Cause shit, Shack. Cool. Do not take from lava pit. User will cry. Please stay away for your own sake. There's no hope. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, wait. Is Minecraft just so quiet or what?
Is it?
Maybe that was it?
Hello.
Nope. Maybe now.
Hello.
Yeah, it's better. Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. Chilling.
Nice. I'm exploring. I'm looking at some stuff. I feel like I haven't really given all this stuff a nice look. Yo, Nord Princess,
I get that.
welcome. Enjoy your key to the Death Star. Yeah. Yeah. I was curious about all the... Oh my god, my keyboard. Like, I mentioned this problem with my keyboard, now it's happening more often, or I'm just noticing it more. Huh.
Must be a new house.
Huh. Not quite furnished.
Minimalist.
Yeah, it's the every man's dream house right here. Just put down a TV and
one
an
gaming
Xbox.
chair.
Yeah, or a gaming chair. I went over because I needed some, what do I need? I needed mending and channeling for my, trident. So I can floop around.
I finally got like a good sword and pick.
Hell yeah. I gathered some more netherite.
Okay, nice.
I left it for you in the on the top the green room. Did they ever heal this guy? Oh man, he took way more damage than I only got him to man, he really they're killing this guy. Gotta get a splash potion of healing or something. Hey, they're the 40 stream streak,
Yeah.
thank you.
I fixed the bar area, by the way.
Oh hell yeah.
That and oh, there's a happy guest. She's on the other side of this.
Oh. Man, they're all finding these guys.
Yeah, I tried to do like a gold farm in the nether, but it's really slow.
Yeah. I think
'Cause I
they
wanted to be able to trade them with piglins, and there's like a 2% chance of them dropping one of these.
Oh, they trade it too? I know you can just randomly find it, but
Yeah, but I assumed everyone has like cleared off the nearest ones, so
yeah. I was probably gonna do a little bit of exploration today. Oh.
I don't know if you saw, but on the inside of the vinyl shop, there's our heads.
Oh, I didn't. How'd you do that? You killed me?
Yesterday, what's his name? Raspy Cobra was giving out random players' heads, and I
Oh,
asked for yours.
great.
Yeah.
Just great. I connected the portal to ours to Radiance. I mean, it's just a tunnel, but
Okay.
this upside down house and the giant witch hat building are probably my favorites in this area.
Hmm.
It's just so bizarre. What is this? Whoa.
It's an hourglass.
Oh! Well, that's my top 3 then. I love hourglasses. Oh my goodness. That's so cool. Ooh. Next theme for whenever there's a new server is probably going to be something more like Wiccan witchcraft.
Hmm.
I'll probably forget about that by the time a new server comes through, but
Probably.
just a giant witch hat. An hourglass, it's so cool. Some tarot cards. Man, oh freaking man. So where does this portal take us?
To Nether spawn. So this way leads home.
Oh, yeah. So we took this road. Wait, how do I?
So you place it on, yeah, on that edge.
Oh, no. Oh snap! Honestly, that's sick.
Thank you.
Speaking of which, did you grab the?
The
You did, okay. Or someone did, but we didn't have like a place to deposit these, so we came back and put the mine carts on this crafting bench.
oh.
We didn't know
Oh,
because there
I
was no
did see
chest.
that. I was like, huh? Why is there minecarts on this bench? There's like 3 or something like that.
What's up, not my own? So, oh yeah, this leads to. It's just a quick tunnel way.
Oh, that's what that meant. I kind of just. So I did say I made a gold farm. I kind of ignored the sign and went straight ahead. Make it.
I mean, I just put the sign up,
Oh, I see.
but we already passed the turn that we would for the portal anyway. So not my own. How long have you known,
It's not the most efficient farm, and
Ko?
I kept dying. That's why I'm at like, what, 54 now?
Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah, it's not the most comfortable way to go.
I just don't like the sounds.
Let's see, it's across here. Yeah, there it is. Get over here.
War.
There's literally a family just for this.
War. War. Hi.
Hello. So literally they all.
Year and a
run down
half.
here
Oh,
and you
okay.
Kill them. And if you haven't like aggravated them, they would just run towards the middle because there is a like turret.
Oh, I see. I see. Actually, that's pretty sick. We Fusion made one on like we had this like small little server a long time ago, and he broke like a bedrock. Ow! Basically, he got to the roof and he created like a farm from up there, and I was like, how the hell? But it was like, it was insane. It looked like some weird alien contraption, and it was like floating from the roof of the Nether, and you shot one, and they would like jump over to you, but they would all just die. And for some reason, it counted without you having to attack them. I don't.
I see.
Some crazy technology. I don't know. Crazy tech. But this is, yeah, this is good. Wee wee wee.
I wish it was slightly more efficient, but then
I mean,
it
that's
spawns
okay.
super often.
Yeah. It's pretty good though. Where does it take us?
This was supposed to be like a safe way to get back.
I know Ko from Oath.
Like made it.
I don't know if they really do stuff together anymore, but I used to go to Neko nights and stuff. Yeah. That was a time. For sure. I think I've angered the entire place.
Probably.
North Princess, by the way, thank you for the 40 stream streak. Damn. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, man. This coffee needs to hit, man. Wow, Buffett. Ooh. What the? Hey, excuse me, I got a mod that, or not a mod, it's actually a resource pack. I was about to say texture pack. That's how you know I'm old. That just hides armor. Hey, looking good, man.
Oh.
Looking good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. What's with this guy? What's his problem? Oh.
He has armor on, yeah.
Oh. He looks like he could use a burger. Or two. Yeah. Just a little bite. Well, where's your thing?
I mean, I'm right here.
It reminds me of the Addams Family a little bit. This episode where they just have someone's head on a plate, but like they're the butler or whatever. Not the butler,
The thing?
well, no. The
Yeah.
thing's the hands, right? The hand.
Yeah.
Our doors, man. Da-da-da-dum, 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 da-da-da-dum. You see all the screenshots Rami made of the place?
I did. And I was like, no, because it was the day before we finished the satellite,
Oh yeah. So we got the yeah.
the dirt version of it. It was like, no.
Not I don't was it the day before or was it literally like the same day but earlier?
I feel like it was the same day, but earlier.
Yeah, because he complimented it. He was like, love the Glorpville, and that's when we were like, I was like, Peanut did all the, and then you were like, Koyo did all the work, and I was like, no,
Yeah.
it's the same day. That's so unfortunate, but I think he tries to do them daily, so that's nice.
Let's see.
Tries. Okay. Excellent. Wait. I think I've just made a grave mistake.
Hmm.
It wasn't channeling that I needed.
I was gonna say, 'cause channeling isn't that when there's a storm and you can throw it and it becomes lightning.
It's like extra damage. Oh, dude, I needed Riptide. I don't remember where I put the other trident. You know, I don't know if I like that song.
It's okay. Because every girl with a ukulele per song.
Exactly. I found the Riptide that I had. I need to go get mending again.
Oh.
Oh, there's another Riptide here. If you want one. I'll put it in our big chest up top. I don't know what to do on the server now. I have no build ideas. I got my happy gas. I got my netherite armor. I'm kind of on the same boat. I mean, we have build ideas, but... What was that, sorry?
I don't have a trident, so I don't know what I would use it for.
Hey, good news, man. You do now.
Ooh,
But that one has channeling and impaling, so...
but no loyalty, so as soon as I throw it.
Yeah. I mean, loyalty is a little odd in this server because... If you throw it far enough, you'll have to run towards it to get it back. Like...
Right.
I don't know, we have the, you know, voxel or whatever to see further out, but I don't know. Point being, Radiant was using it for combat at one point when we were doing raids, and it didn't come back. She had to run all the way to it. Or, like, close enough to it. I guess it entered a different chunk. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot about loyalty and I forgot about Riptide and oh, I need mending again. Well, no, I just need mending. I need to go get another mending book.
Where do you get it?
Sup?
Where do you get it?
I don't know if I'm lagging today or if everyone else is.
It is a little laggy, I will say.
Hello? Oh.
Hello. Yeah?
Okay, we get them from spawn. It's just you're lagging a little bit. Or a lot of bit. Can you reconnect?
Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Salute? Yeah, okay, it's fixed. Nice. Also, good work with the moss that I dropped on. I was like, oh, I didn't take damage. Why?
I was wondering if you noticed.
I did, because yeah.
You said spawn.
Yes.
So, how do you get it?
Trade.
Okay.
I put this down for now, the extra wall of cobble, just for the sake of gas not blowing open our spawn, or our portal.
I assume this much.
Or through it, yeah. Spawn! Yeah, that's probably smarter. Just making a portal to there. Or in that area. Yeah, so we're gonna trade for some mending. Do you also need mending?
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, you just spawned down there. Oh.
Because all of my chest plate, my pants, and my pick has mending.
Your chestplate, your pick, and what?
And pants.
Okay. We can buy a bunch. I got a bunch of emerald. What was that?
It sounded like a note block.
Oh, maybe yeah. It was like bass.
Yeah.
I like enhanced the bass a little bit in my headphones, so when there is bass, there really is, and I'm like, oh my god, it like made my ear throb. So you need for your boots,
And my hat,
your hat,
and my sword.
your sword. This is like a grocery shopping run. Here you go.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And then...
I thought we got fucking beacons set up.
Sorry, what?
They got beacons set up.
Yeah, they, someone has like 4 beacons already.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. They went pretty ham.
I can imagine no one is gonna have like a light rush.
What is... Do you know what lunge 3 is?
It's like... Well, it's sort of like... You know, it lunges you forward when you use like a spear.
Oh, is it for the spear? Okay.
I think so, I'm not 100%. I could double check actually.
It is for the spear.
Yeah, it
Is-
as I said.
Is it worth anything beyond just... the lunging?
No. Well,
Well, what I'm asking is there a time where it might be better to have a spear than it is to have a sword?
The only other use I can think of is if the the opponent has a spear.
I see. Interesting. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. Hey, is there a situation in which it's better to have a spear than a sword? Or is it literally just for the lunge? Just for the lunge. Okay. For macing. This is good for, like, travel. Does the lunge, like, super boost you? I see, okay. I'm just looking at all these, like... enchantments. There's so much... I mean, I know all the armor ones, but... Alright, I don't have a bow or anything. Probably need that for the dragon.
Oh, it's a vending. I think this is the first like modded item I've seen in this game.
Oh, these? Yeah, the machines? Yeah.
I was like, huh. He's staring at these signs very
Oh, if
closely.
you jump and lunge at the same time. Oh. I'm just gonna get a lunge book just in case. I think that'll be nice. Okay, so I got that. Got that. Is that it? I mean, I guess I only need the book. Demonstrate? Sure. I'm kind of curious. Can you show me like a normal... Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. I see. Without like... Damn, okay. Do you have to like let go of the... I've never lunged before. What the hell? Was that like 2 spears? Oh, just one. Oh.
They just swinging between items in their hands.
Oh, I see. What's a low cooldown item?
It's like a high cooldown item.
I feel like all I have is high cooldown. Oh, okay. Noted. That's useful for travel. Ugh! Oh, yeah, right. We got regen here because of the beacon now. I was like, why am I healing so fast? Well, that's cool. I'm gonna make a spear then. For some true travel and transport. No. This is yours. Oh, it takes hunger. That wasn't a thing, right? Like people were pissed off about it or something that they nerfed it. Or was it always a thing? It slurps up your hunger? Damn. I thought this was like a crazy travel method. It was always a thing? Oh, okay. Well, not optimal for like travel like I thought it would be, but that's okay. I mean, that's why tridents exist, I suppose.
I mean, that and elytras.
Yeah, but
It's gonna be an interesting ride when that open up and everyone has taken every single one of them.
well, it's not allowed. It's like 1 per person, but
Well, yeah.
well, my thing is after the Ender Dragon, most people are done anyway. Most people stop playing.
It's true.
Yeah, true. I mean, I saw a little bit from what you were doing when you were streaming it. Golden carrots, you can do 5 lunges before you eat more. Oh, okay, that's not bad. You did, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. That stuff is dank. Guys, I'm so sad. Well, we almost reached 500 hours in the Discord thing.
I was gonna say what happened.
So, I knew it, dude. I had a feeling in my bones. My PC was acting weird. But I went to go brush my teeth because I wanted to go to bed. Obviously, right? It was time to go to bed. So I went AFK, brushed my teeth, come back. I noticed my screen is on the login screen of Windows. It forced updated. It restarted my computer.
No.
While I was gone for a total of like 6 minutes, man. I was gonna leave after 500 hours anyway, but so sad. So sad. Hello. I'm Koyo. Sometimes. Oh yeah, sure. The silly villagers, they're so annoying, I hate them. So far, all good. Would it be easier to use the nether portals? Gotcha.
I fell down a random hole in the ground.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, goodbye. What's up, Carlos?
I realized we can now cure that zombie villager we have.
We can make like a little area for them somewhere. Oh, yeah, I'll have to go see the bar after. Where in the world? Oh. All the way. Damn. Cozy. I see. No, I mean, this is like ideal. I mean, for me, you know, it'd be this is great. Ideal man's living space. I like the lapis. I think I have.
Where the hell?
Wait, look.
Yeah, they were. How were you able to do that text?
Yeah,
thing?
we couldn't do that. Does it work on books, do you know? Or is it only for items? It might just be an anvil thing then. We tried to make it on books, but apparently it's just a bedrock thing. Oh god.
You swim up. Or down, I guess.
Is this, okay. This might be a little bit more cramped. You know, I really don't like that. You know those cave things, those cave videos?
Cave divers.
Yeah. Damn! You're really upgraded with the space here. Even got the farms going. Nice.
Okay, you got a automatic smelter. It's nice.
We should make a ender chest. We totally forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
No, I've just been. I don't know. What was I doing? I was just running around the nether. Half the time, not even actually collecting netherite. Sick aquarium. What the hell? Yeah, this is good. This is a huge improvement from the other one. A lot more space. Very cozy. I dig it. And it's hidden, which honestly kind of makes it cooler. What the hell? Technology. Technologia. What the? There we go. No. I'm all fresh out. I honestly only got enough for myself, and then I gave Peanut my
I got one
extras.
big.
Yeah. And there's just like craters below every portal right now. I didn't even do like the better TNT thing. I just kind of used my pick and then fixed it with we needed quartz anyway, so easy XP. Yeah, that's fair. Even still, I went so far and it was just holes. Yeah, I looted the one that was marked. The first one that was marked, rather.
I didn't. I just made a track, a railroad.
You're very laggy today.
What the hell, man?
You're getting like DDoSed. Oh, he's freaking dead. Hey, Ghost Man, what's good, man? I don't know. Yeah, I only looted the one that everyone was at the time because it was easier, so I didn't die to brutes. I just don't trust myself enough. And then I was the one fighting 6 brutes at the same time. Wow, you guys look great without armor. This armor stuff, you know, it's just overrated.
Yeah.
Complimentary gifts. That's very non-American.
Oh, thank you.
Whoa!
Oh.
Oh my god, thanks. That's crazy. Hey, that's not what I meant, okay? Armor just sucks. It is a day? How's the weather? Is it a bad day or no? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna steal some water. For hydration. I agree with the above statement.
Yes.
Yes. You know, I got a whole story going on here. It's my log for the humans. What do you think so far? Hey, what's up, smiles for everyone? Thank you. Was this okay at least? A little rain? I do like rain. I like rain. Good to see you, Owl. Good to see everybody. Hello. Very nice, yes or no? Yes, these human contraptions crazy here. I don't know nothing. That, honestly,
Pretty good.
6 out of 7. That's a 67 out of 10.
Yeah, I give it a 9.
I like it. 9 out of 67. That's
That's not what I said.
no, you. It's not very
Not a
nice. Moo took us
Not
all the way here to see this really nice home, and you just 9 out of 67.
I'm gonna do a written apology.
This is gonna be the like Minecraft Google Docs. What does it say? Oh, why you're a pirate?
Yarr.
Yar. All right, we should head back. Yes, thank you for showing us. Very nice, very nice.
Yes.
Have a good rest of your day here.
Thank you.
Nice place.
Yeah.
I like the travel method. It's actually a really good way to just make some hidden, like, stuff.
Yeah, I thought you meant that like little waterfall in the beginning. That's like anxiety inducing.
I mean, that's cool too, you know? I like that too. Oh, Snarly's also lagging. I wonder if the server just needs a restart, because you are... What's your ping? Actually, you don't have to tell me.
300.
Oh. Set fire to the place. That's crazy.
Can't really see the ping. So.
Let's get the freak out of here. They make a Sakura forest, they said. It looked nice, they said. Yeah? Now we're all dying. Wait, where are we going? Wrong way.
I don't
That was a
know,
joke, by the way. This looks nice. It's also free XP.
I think I had to remove a lot of sakura trees from my old server because it's causing lag.
Ow. Ooh! Don't blow up! Don't blow up!
Burning tree.
Yeah, every so often you just see burning trees. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Good to see Malky. Yeah, it's been an odd week, to be honest. With the weather, I've just been so disoriented, I can barely even, like, function. I... Peanut?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What?
Oh, you fixed. Good. Where was the portal again?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Not this way. There.
I've definitely looked at all the places. Who made the big witch hat? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, there it is. $800 ping.
Oh no. Yeah, something's... Maybe the server needs a reboot. It's not just you, so... Gotta say, not used to Minecraft having dialogue options.
Oh, you mean the button presses?
Yeah, it stops and like, where do you want to go?
Pick your own adventure.
Yes. Wait. I'm gonna do these really quick. Okay. Put the pots up here for now. We don't really need them at this current time. Sick gesture though. We should make some of our own. Boom. Bumbaclop. At some point, I want to move all this and make like a little small factory or something, or maybe just a roof over it. These poor guys, they don't even know where to put the swords. No, give me that.
Well, they just lead it all the way through the trash.
Yeah. Yeah. Gotta fix up the lighting here still. What's the, synopsis? Oh, looks good. As far as lighting. Hey, yo, can I get, let me get, Johnny on the rocks.
I'll run up.
Okay, you made some potions. That's good. That's good. Oh, sick. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait. You got an achievement for that.
It's the first time I took them out.
Oh.
I brewed them and I kept them there because I thought the aesthetic looked good.
So easy. Cool. Oh my goodness. Wow. They're made fresh, huh?
Yeah.
Sick. Yeah, this looks nice. I dig it. I like it. I thought of something.
Yeah.
Sort of. It's more like a shower thought. We want to make the solar system. But I was thinking, how cool will it be to have like a big, like alien tree?
Okay.
And that would be the center of it. And then the top of that tree, the canopy, whatever, would have something that represents the sun, right? Because the tree normally would be, I don't know what, something, whatever. And from that, the rest of the universe is kind of like, it would be floating, unfortunately, so it might be a more tedious process, but like, does that make sense?
So you have like a huge alien tree, and on top of that, there's something golden or like yellowish.
I'm opening paint. I'm gonna send you a. It's not gonna be map related. It's just to share my vision of what I'm thinking, and then it's also not gonna be blocky. It's just what I thought of, I guess. Let's see. I need like this. Okay. So we would have some alien world tree. It doesn't have to be huge. And
I was gonna
honestly, we
say,
can.
how big are we thinking here? Because as nice as a huge tree would be, the satellite in comparison was annoying enough, you know?
Yeah. I would say. Maybe like the thickness, and then it like basically the tracting beam the beam, the alien beam. It'd probably be as that thick, and then it'll shrink like it does, and then I wouldn't say that the size of the UFO would be the canopy. It would obviously be smaller, but something like that. And I was thinking we just use like the the nether, the blue nether. What is it?
The nether trees?
Yeah,
I don't know what it's called. Okay.
the warped stems.
Yeah.
But I would probably, yeah, the warped stems. And then on top of the canopy, yeah, would be the yellow, and that would represent the sun. And then from there, we would continue the solar system, right? So to Neptune. And those would be normal. That would be what we spoke about, but it would be on top of the tree in a way. It's like floating. I don't know, it's just an idea. It would also like open up the opportunity to build it like over there on a hill instead of the forest. Or we just make the tree and then we'll do the solar system as well at somewhere else. They don't have to be connected. It was just an idea. I really like world trees.
Yeah, those are cool.
Just an idea. Just an idea. I'm feeling extra lazy today. So I'm just thinking of ideas, but do I really want to do them? No.
Yeah, because as much as good as that like a world tree looks, it is perfect.
Yeah. I'd probably put it, if we did build one, I'd probably put it like around here. It, like I said, it's not gonna be like a massive tree. I wouldn't make it so huge that it would take us forever. And I kind of want it to, I wouldn't like, how do I describe it? The spiral of the tractor beam is essentially
Yeah.
what I want to make the tree look like. if that makes sense. Like a spiral tree. Like it would be hollow on the inside. You could see it. It would be hollow.
Okay.
So
So you want to make like a spring tree?
yeah, it would kind of look like a spring tree, and then just a normal canopy top thing.
Right.
It's hard to explain, easier to execute, and we would need the blocks, which I want to go explore the Nether anyway, but it's just an idea. Just an idea. Something that I thought of, and I'm like, well, that'd be cool to make. Just like the solar system idea. But I really don't feel like making it right now. Also, I'm gonna take this apart. Unless you feel like we need more stations.
No.
Oh, God. Okay. We should probably do the same at the other station. Just like clear up the
Probably
area a
still
little bit.
cooking.
Oh, God. Yeah, I'm gonna have 4 dirt on you.
No.
Oh, okay. There we go. Are there bees here? Where's your home, little dude? How'd you get here? Oh, God. Hmm. There just had to be a giant ravine. You know, I totally forgot we covered this up, by the way.
Yeah.
Just, slip the mind a little bit. Yeah, so when that idea came to fruition, the big tree, I also thought about a bunch of little trees. So instead of having like the pale oak, there'd be a forest of the alien trees. I mean, they'd be like smaller than these, I would say, but it'd be a path, and then, you know, that would eventually, if they want to, they can connect it. Yo, Windows like super updated, and all of my audio is so messed up today.
Oh.
It's so bad. Like, some stuff is way louder than other things. That's why I couldn't hear you earlier, because I was like, what? What's going on? And this happens every time, because I have, like, multiple audio softwares. Yeah, usually when people are, like, tech-crazed geek, or whatever, it's like, you know, hardware. I love new hardware for computers. But my big thing is I have like 20 web browsers installed. I have 4 iterations of Firefox. I have Zen browser. I have Brave. I have Chrome. I have Edge. I have ungoogled Chromium. I have a lot.
That,
But I like testing them.
yeah.
I'm always curious, like, which one is actually better. And I do a bunch of, like, diagnostics. I'm like, ooh, you know, in terms of speed, this is good, but is it safer? What's the privacy like? And then, you know, it's like, well, this is awful privacy. But I always just lock into Firefox at the end of the day. Or some sort of, like, I use WaterFox a lot.
What's Waterbox?
It's just like a fork of Firefox that... It's essentially the same, but it adds more... It's open source.
Okay, so it's like Firefox Plus.
Yeah, it's like a modified Firefox with more... I think it's more privacy. I like it. But, you know, people are like, well, this isn't Firefox. It's not even official. How do I know? Well, usually when it's open source and not from a corpo, it's probably better. At least I think so.
Yeah.
But it's not all that important. Just something that I like doing in my free time.
Yeah. I only use Firefox. I can be bothered with multiple browsers, and I know that the previous one that I used, Chrome, was good until it wasn't.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about Firefox, just base Firefox, is there is literally no need to have another browser because you can just make profiles. So if you want to have a profile for your personal stuff, personal profile. You want a profile to have for video gaming and socials and all that, just make a profile for that. You want a profile for hentai searching, go. There you go. It's all there. It's you could just do that, and it's great. That was just an example. I don't partake, but yeah, and it's great. It's honestly really good, really fantastic, and that's what a normal person would do. Is just use Firefox, and if you really need it, you'll have multiple profiles. For university, I can't have ad blockers because all of the programs are like pop-ups and it blocks them. So I have a profile on Waterfox. Well, no, I have it on a developer edition of Firefox. But I have it, and it disables the specific like ad blocking add-ons. So yeah, and I just switch back. It takes 2 seconds. It's great. It's also great if you need to buy tickets to something like a convention. Because you can have multi-tab containers. We did that for Final Fantasy's convention. We had multi-tabs, and they were all like different spots, but since, you know, I connected to it so quickly with all of them, they were all in the same position. And I was able to buy tickets for other people as well. So it's because they just couldn't. They didn't make it into the thing before it sold out.
Hmm.
Yeah, so little stuff like that. Gotta beat the scalpers, you know. And it was pointless to be a scalper anyway because those tickets you couldn't transfer. So get owned, I guess. Do we want to connect a pathway to the satellite as well?
Either we do like an official pathway or we do like a
Side road.
What do you call it? Just like a normal dirt path.
You like your dirt paths.
I mean, it's just an option. You know, it's like, yeah, this is the official road, and there's that place nobody goes to. But there's a path here. No one goes there.
We could just make it a too wide pale oak path. A little less important. Thoughts, opinions?
Yeah, it could do. So it would go straight here.
Well, it would probably not start from here. It would probably go... I don't know, from here maybe?
Okay.
So it would be... And then from here it just goes that way. It is too hot. It is actually, dude. I don't know how the weather is for you, man, but here in the US, it's rough right now. It's actually like unbearably humid.
It's like slightly cool just because it's been raining today.
Yeah. That's nice. I'm a little disoriented the last like 2 days because the weather keeps changing, and I don't know, I'm just like heavily impacted by weather change. But like it'll go from unbearably hot to like a little cooler because of the rain. It's so annoying. Oh, this Fusion TSK guy is dealing with 99 Fahrenheit. Bro, that's almost 40 degrees Celsius. No. No.
That's crazy.
What is your comfort temperature? Because you're in like an area that's roughly cooler, right?
Yeah. I'm very niche. I'm like, perfect temperature is when the temperature is like very and then you go out and you can't feel a difference.
You might have to repeat that. You lagged.
Is when you're inside, you go out, you can't feel a difference.
You can't feel a difference.
Yeah. Like the temperature inside is the same on the outside. So that's the
Oh.
perfect temperature.
So like for you, something like 16 Celsius is decent.
Yeah, yeah, and then maybe like a little cool breeze as well. But
My ideal temperature is like 15 Celsius. 16 is like okay, and anything like that, anything higher, and I start getting uncomfortable. I don't like sweating. It makes me angry and itchy, and if I get angry and itchy, I just wish death upon everyone near me.
right.
This is why most instances in which I am near people during the summertime, there has to be a body of water that I can enter and just swim in. Like I must not sweat.
Okay.
Unless I'm like working out, I guess, then that's a different story, but the working out makes me angry because I sweat, and because I sweat, I work out more, so works out. The working out works out. It's great for farm work, gotta say. In the land of poles. What's up, WinXP? Good to see you. I was informed that some people we know like their room being like 25 plus Celsius.
What?
Yeah. Bro. With a computer in there. Like, oh, I could never. I could never. My room is not allowed to go under, like... I mean, on an average day, it probably wouldn't go under... What's the temperature right now? It's something like 17, maybe 18 Celsius. Centigrade. Can't do it. Just can't. Nope.
People living like they're living in an oven or something like that.
I mean, I get it if you were like raised in an area where it was just hot, so that's what you're comfortable with. But I can't.
I'd rather be cold than warm.
Yeah, because you can add more clothing, but you can't remove enough to be cooler. Like, it's just not...
Yeah.
It's not plausible. 22 Celsius at all times. Oh. I would die. I would be very angry. I would burn up. I'd be like those the Gremlins. You ever watch that movie?
Gremlins?
Yeah. I would burn up, I would melt, and then it would be like little coils multiply off of me, but they're like evil. And then they like form back into the person I am, and then I'm just evil.
There is no secret ingredients. It's just you.
Bum 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 bum.
Wait. Hmm.
72 felt perfect. I mean, my AC is set to 72, but it doesn't feel like 72 in here. It's very odd. Huh?
I don't have the extra to place it in.
Oh. Well, little side path to the satellite that no one will ever visit.
Yeah.
I saw you added the blocks though. The lights, the sea lanterns.
Yeah. So I might as well.
I kind of just totally forgot. What did I even do yesterday? No, not yesterday. 2 days ago. Yesterday we did repo. And just as anticipated, we wiped instantaneously. Or rather, the game crashed, so we had to redo the level, and then we died. So we never actually accomplished beating the level. This is the way. Lots of rain.
Wow, I'm lagging.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
500 ping.
What's your ping?
500.
Huh. Very strange. I don't know what's happening today. I don't know if it's server side or not. Cause I'm fine, but also the servers are literally East Coast. The other person was lagging and they just left. They're like, no, I'm not dealing with it. Chat, what if I did a Final Fantasy marathon? But like, of mostly the OG games, I don't think I can really force myself to play the ones with Cloud Strife in them. I just can't. And I won't play 11, because that's obviously... wouldn't make sense. Remakes of the OG or the OG? No, probably the remakes. I wonder how many games we'll get through before I'm like, no, I'm good. Nah. One through four. Yeah, I'll do 1 through 4. I could do some of the, like, other ones, I suppose. Like, I could do 10. I don't feel like playing any of the... Maybe. Maybe I'll end up playing the Cloud Strife ones. I don't know. That whole... I don't know why it annoys me so much. -2. With Yuna. I like Aerith. But she's the one... She's in... 7? She is in Cloud. Huh? What do you mean by that? No, Peanut died. Maybe he's like restarting his internet. Well, no, this has to stay. And this... Yeah. I wouldn't put a light here. We'll just start him again here. Oof. I have an eye twitch, guys. Maybe too much caffeine. Spaghetti! Ooh, I want spaghetti. That sounds really good right about now. I need a beer back really quick. I'm gonna grab some of the drink. Take a piss. So beer back. Wait, let me get this going. Hold on. We have the, where is it? Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. What? What just happened? No, we're good. I'll be back in just a moment. Sup? That was a good song. Bring it back. All right. What's going on? Hello. Welcome back to the land of the
Hello.
living.
Thank you. I needed to take care of some stuff and then I got crashed, I guess.
Oh. I thought you just went to, like, restart your router, to be honest.
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm at 900 ping.
Oh. Man. What the hell? The hell going on in Miami? What are you having today? Soup. I don't know how to explain it. It's bean soup, I guess. If you just look up fasola in Fasola, that's what I'm having. Where the hell? If you prefer a heartier, meatier soup, this Polish version, usually thicker and cooked with smoked meats, yes. Indeed. We have the meats.
Arby's. Is Wendy's any good?
You say, is it any good?
Wendy's.
Wendy's.
Yeah.
I would say it's my favorite place to go. Sorry, I have to skip this song that's happening right now. It's hurting my brain. Yeah, I like it a lot. The thing is that during COVID, and for a little bit
Yeah.
after, it had a very overpowered app. I'm saying, like, it was so incredibly good. The points that you got for your purchases, it was unbeatable. I like Wendy's. I know that some people are like, well, you know, this is better. This, and you know, fine.
Yeah.
Like Five Guys is good for burgers, but I think Wendy's is like a good secondary. Like, it won't beat Chick-fil-A, and it might not beat Popeyes. But it's my go-to, still, nonetheless. I like it a lot. But you don't go there for burgers.
You don't go to Wendy's for burgers.
Nope. You go there for like chicken sandwiches. That's my hot take. I don't think Wendy's burgers are good. They're always like they're made fresh or whatever. I don't. It doesn't taste fresh. The chicken sandwiches do. What's your go-to?
Well, we don't have really normal stores, I already told you about like Max Burgers that we prefer
Yeah.
to McDonald's. We do have stuff like Burger King and whatnot, but it's Burger King, so
Yeah, that's it right there, Mr. Juvie.
2,500 ping.
Oh God.
What is that?
You're like getting DDoS today.
I guess so.
Does Burger King or McDonald's have Coca-Cola in Sweden? Or rather, which one has Coca-Cola?
I assume both?
Both?
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. Here, it's Burger King has Pepsi? And then McDonald's has Coca-Cola? I think. Or it might be the other way around. No, I can't remember, but... So you don't have it where, like, one prioritizes Pepsi, one prioritizes Coke?
I'll be real, I don't know. I can't say I memorized
No, that's totally fair.
their
I just know
drinking dispenser.
because I was a Dr. Pepper fiend and only, like, Wendy's had Dr. Pepper and I think Burger King, but McDonald's didn't. So I was like, okay, well. And I loved Dr. Pepper. It was unhealthy how much I loved it. It's bad.
Should it go up?
Huh?
Should it go up?
One more time?
Should it go up?
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, honestly, I looked at this and I was like, oh, it's probably going higher one. But it's not. Dude, don't you dare. No. I'm gonna kill this horse. Now I'm mad. Now I'm seriously peeved. Do you drink soda?
Yeah.
What's your preferred?
We have a thing called Fanta Exotic.
Ooh. Is it like orange flavor?
Not really. It's... What would I describe it as? It's orange, passion fruit, and peach.
Peach. Oh, dude. I love peaches. And peach flavored things. Sounds good.
It is.
I went through my crazy health phase, and I just never brought soda back into the mix. We need to torch this up right here somewhere. Do you have torches? Yeah. There's a lot of zeros around here. I think they planted these trees, so I think we just stop it around here.
Yeah.
And they can choose to connect it if they want. Or if they hate us, then, you know, it's cool too. Okay, ow. That insta-grew. That's cool. Now it needs a sign. Connect if you would like, or no, it's okay. Man. Now I want some Wendy's. Crazy. Wendy's... pretty good. Haven't had it in a little bit. I'm a sucker for spicy chicken sandwiches, so typically that's my go-to in most fast food places. But some of them just suck. Like Burger King had a really good one, and then they just like nerfed it. I don't know why they nerfed that spicy chicken sandwich. So disappointing.
Yeah.
These guys are like confused. Hey man, give me those. There you go.
I like wax them so they will stay.
Shiny.
They stay shiny, except for that one who will forever be slightly brown greenish.
Oh no! I know just the name for him.
That's why it's not. They're not filling this. It's fucking full.
Wait, what is?
But look beneath here.
Oh. Can you unrust the golem? I feel bad. No. His name is Thing now. Poor guy. I mean, he's the hardest worker. He's our first one. I'm gonna name them all. Yeah, they're so cool. I actually really like these golems. They're just like arranging everything. It's great. Whatever. How many were there? We got Schmeeb, Fleeb, Glebe. Plebe. I'm gonna name them all. It's happening right now.
Oh shit.
Here we have Plebe. Here we have Plebe. Here we have Schmeeb. And here we got Glebe.
Nice. You good?
Glebe is a little special, but you know, we love him for who he is. Glebe, do you need help? I thought about naming them all like after the dwarves, the 7 dwarves, but we would need 3 more.
I thought you were gonna do like the
Thing 1, thing 2.
no, because you did Plebe, Schleeb, Glebe, and then like Greg.
I was gonna name him something weird, but then I felt bad. I felt bad. I was gonna name him something like Jorts. Everyone else would be Schmeeb, Fleeb, Plebe. I just name him Gloob. No, I can't do that to him. I would feel too bad. It would hurt my feelings. It would hurt his feelings and my feelings.
At the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, you do have it.
I just found them in that big chest. Soul Speed 1, damn.
Yeah, I got them from. Where did I get them from?
I don't know.
Wait, I got them today. Wait, hold on.
The fortress?
No, that don't sound right. I don't remember.
That's okay.
I hate
You-
when that happens. I hate when there's like something on the same day and then you forget completely when it's
Yeah.
relevant.
Yeah.
I hate being just forgetful in general.
Do you want to work on a little, like, spot for them? Like, it would be here, but I'd push it back to the wall and make them like a little shack.
Sure, we can do that. How far back? So this wall?
Yeah, I wouldn't push it any further back. It'd be like, just basically flatten this out. I don't really have an idea for the shack. I thought about making it out of the stuff that's in the trial chambers, and then I thought that I don't feel like gathering all that.
Yeah.
They're casting spells in chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what they saying?
Yeah, I want to make them like a little workshop. Oh. Maybe we just... Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. Well, I'm thinking of a blacksmith. But how do we make that look futuristic and alien? We could use glazed terracotta.
It's true, we could do that. Is the shack having flooring or is it like grass?
I would think the flooring would be glazed terracotta.
Okay.
The wall could be like... Maybe... Blah, 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 blah. What about blackstone bricks?
Black stone bricks. Do we have many of those?
I mean, I can certainly go get some. I've created massive craters in the nether. Shouldn't take too long.
Oh, I see.
We would only need it for the wall. Here, let me get some dirt to like... I'll just use netherrack because it's easier to break and I won't mess with too much of the grass. Something like here. And yeah, this would also go down, but...
Yeah.
And then we would move the
so,
chests after, which would be brutally painful, but...
So the flooring is terracotta, some glazed version of it. The walls is
The blackstone, like, bricks.
Okay.
And then maybe the frame of it, where you see the netherrack, would be... I don't know. Something else. Whatever matches.
Could probably have like nether brick fences as a way of like framing it.
Okay.
So it's like blackstone here and then a fence above here.
Mm-hmm.
That'd probably look good.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
have to then cook netherrack, I think.
That's fine.
Open that chest. Oh, he's fucking standing on it. There we go.
Okay, let me go get some blackstone really quick. It shouldn't take very long. I'll get like 3 stacks.
Yeah, yeah.
Be right back. I wanted to make them one. I wanted to make just the little guy one. Oh. Okay. I mean, that's probably where I mined, but... Where is it, man? What is that? Oh, nice. There it is. I can only imagine how much of this I would have had if I actually picked it up instead of burning it away. Yeah, man, I am, man. Look at that. Crazy. Wow. Not gonna lie, I was full netherite the day they opened the nether. I was just concerned that there would be massive craters all around the place and that I would never find, like, ancient debris. And I was right to make that call. I really was. It's like a barren wasteland around here now. There's no debris to be found. People did the bed strat, so it's just... Yep. I was thinking about doing the TNT thing, and I'm like, I'm not really in a rush, but I do want to have at least a full set to work with. I mean, literally, I'm inside of... Look at this. It's crazy out here. Silence, creature. How do I leave? What I'm? This is not the right way. I know, I recognize this exact spot because Rain and I were trying to find our way out. Yep. This is literally the place we got lost. Oh, there's a portal home. How's it going on your server, Fusion? You guys gaming? How do you like the create stuff? You been creating? I know Chloe has. Is this the right way? Trap the soul of gas to keep my chunk loaded infinitely to— Oh my god! That's smart. You know, will this be enough? I just thought about that. We'll see in a moment. I think I might have to cook it. Reactor. Whoa. No, man, we're good. We're saved. We're so back. Besides building, I don't really know what all to do here. I'm gonna help Peanut get netherite, for sure. That's for sure. I'm thinking maybe stairs or slabs up here on, or like, you know, where the fences currently are, and then the fences will be on top of it.
Okay. What kind of material on this stairs and slabs?
It would still just be the blackstone, I think.
Okay.
We would basically just replace all of the netherrack with burgers. You like cheese on your burger?
Yeah. Cheeseburger. Yeah.
And this would probably, I mean, how'd this look? Weird?
A little.
Yeah. So maybe just not the outline, but on top? Or maybe add your spice. I'll make the walls, and then you do what you think looks good for it, and we'll call it a collaborative effort. It'll be good.
Sure.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. These are the ingredients for a chicken sandwich. I don't like cheese, American. Wait. I don't like cheese in my homemade burger because I don't buy the American cheese, which is superior on the burger. I concede that to the USA, the best burger cheese. Juvie, you better be careful what you're saying right now. You better be really careful what you think you're saying right now, okay? How dare you? Didn't expect that reaction. I mean, honestly, I don't use American cheese. We use... I don't even know what we use. It's not American cheese, though.
Let's see.
I feel so bad. I don't know why you're lagging so much today.
4,000 ping.
Oh my god. Do you think it's server side?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's very Juvie cores. Concerning. I want to put lava, like a lava fall back here.
Ooh, that could look good.
Yeah. I'm afraid it's gonna be too close to the stairs. So maybe I'll do like a shell between it first.
Well, you just have like stone here, and then have something that cover it on top. Actually, maybe that should be enough. Well, you're gonna have like a 2 walls anyway here.
Oh yeah, you're right.
These two is
Yes.
gonna be covered.
Well, yeah, okay, we should be good then, yeah.
Trash rat.
Yo! Kook? Thanks for the follow. Thank you. Oh, you're gonna be part of the lava exhibit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't recommend it. It gets a little hot.
Think that's it. Okay. Save game. I didn't want to escape anyway. What is happening?
I mean, you're not even moving. Oh, man. Oh, and he's dead. And he's back. Oh my god. I thought I just, like, lagged. Can you go somewhere where you didn't put all of them torches? I want to do the creeper redeem and scare you. No. Just time it well. I don't know. Shouldn't be that hard.
That low?
Salud.
Should it no? Should it be that low?
I don't know. Should I make it higher up here?
Yeah, I would say higher.
Why what?
We need a wall here.
On that spot?
Yeah, because we wanted a too thick wall. Just in case it was too close to the wooden part. So that should be a wall.
I need my... In that case, let's just... Okay. I wonder if iron... The reason I didn't lower it at first is because I was like, I should put iron trapdoors on top. But I suppose we could still do that. Just,
yeah, you can still do that.
Okay. Ouch. Huh? Oh. Might need more than that, but it's fun. He actually did greet himself. Wait. You want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ooh, they're kissing.
They what?
They're
Glebe?
kissing on the go.
Glebe and Fleeb. They're in big trouble for this. That's not allowed. Unbelievable. Okay.
So what kind of glazed terracotta do you want?
That is a great question. So we've got...
Because you have the most alien-y looking one, which is the light gray one.
How does the normal gray look?
Normal
Me...
gray? I think it looks like cogwheels.
Ooh. Well, I like that. Do you think it'll be too dark, though?
Hmm. It could be. Maybe no, it has the lighter tones in it.
What we could do is use the light gray, then kind of... So light gray would be in the center here, right?
Okay.
And then this outline would be some, I don't know what, but something else. Maybe to
Probably
like...
the outline probably wouldn't be the glaze stuff. I would
No,
say.
no, no. The glaze would be
Glaze stuff.
in here.
Yeah, the glaze stuff excel when they're in like a pattern format.
Yeah. So we do something like that. Something that looks nice around it. Maybe just normal terracotta. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe.
I know, it's,
Just, what's the one the
Rat,
Arthur
rat.
fist?
Wait, what?
You know when Arthur gets like mad at his little sister, so he puts his fist on the side of his
Yeah,
arm.
yeah. Yeah. Feet inspector? What's with the
Do
feet
we have to
today?
fix it?
We just gotta push it back this way, I guess, right?
Either push it towards the stairs or maybe we can cover this up.
We could just make a station there.
That's true. We could just cover this with like furnaces or something like that.
Yeah.
There we go. Solved.
Huge solution. Okay. I don't know what we want to put around it, but yes, I think light or the gray terracotta could be a good design part in the area.
Okay, let's make some and place it down, see how it looks, and then we'll figure out the framing
Make
afterwards.
some? Let's just go get some. Huh.
Yeah.
To the wild, wild west.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Well,
there
because we could
gray?
just get... Yeah, I think there's gray. There's definitely light gray.
I guess there's just normal that we can color.
Or that, yeah.
I hate the nether. Um,
Oh god.
pest control.
Help! Help me!
My bad.
No, it's all good. It's all good. That... Okay. It's okay, Mr. Juvie. You know, last couple days I try to ask Shirkwan a question and he doesn't even answer it. I just gave up. Fortunately, I got an answer from someone else, but... You kind of just get used to it. You know? What was the question? That doesn't matter anymore. It's a long time past bygone. Was it IT related? No. Howdy. Well, let's inspect this right here.
I definitely did like the tunnel. Did you know that the terracotta stuff goes all the way down?
Yes. We did. Hello?
Hello.
Oh. Oh, he's gone. Howdy.
Howdy.
So we started digging like around here somewhere. I lied. Doesn't matter though. We could just make use of this area and just...
Orange, brown. Here, terracotta.
So we got light gray. White. Orange. Any gray?
Brown.
Okay, so it just restarts.
Terracotta. Orange.
Yeah.
Orange. Yeah, and is a repeating pattern.
Okay, then just normal terracotta it is.
Cool.
Was it something Shirquan related? I mean, Shirquan probably would have known the answer to this question, but...
Well, I have a stack. I don't think we need more than that.
I want to hear the question. Yeah, I'm sure you do, but... I don't like repeating myself, so... I repeated myself for 3 days. I already got my freaking answer. No. It's over. It's over, Anakin. Don't try it! Yeah, good timing, because I'm in the nether. Alien. Man.
The idea for the subway thing that I made?
It's cool, yeah, the like, choices.
Yeah, it wasn't mine. It was like it came from like years ago. I used to watch this Swedish group play Minecraft,
Mm-hmm.
and they had like a four-way rail system. I was like, "Yo, that's sick!" And I
Yeah.
I tried to like recreate it by watching these clips of like redstone that I just didn't understand,
Oh,
and every
jeez.
time it didn't work, I was like, man, I guess that doesn't work. I always thought it was like a, oh, it is directed towards north and ours is south. That's that's why it didn't work.
Wait, why does that matter?
I don't know. I was fucking made of bullshit, really.
Huh.
But I like play. I would say I used to play this with like 2 other friends, so we never really used it properly.
Uh-huh.
But remembering back to that time, I could use it for this server, and more people would have use for it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The idea of it was cool.
No, it's cool, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't done anything like transportation related because Chris is just making the whole railway. I'm like, well, I'm just gonna help as best as I can there. Also, there's gray dye here. If you want to make that into...
Oh, nice. We need to cook.
Yeah, we're gonna do... Up behind you. Just in case, because I don't have enough left. I only have 40. Which we probably don't even need.
I kind of just place that all in the chest, you know.
Oh, okay. So, I want to make, obviously like an infinite lava thing, with the thingamabobs. Hold on, brain trying to process what in the world I'm trying to say. I would make another one of these, I think, but maybe on this side, because obviously these chests are going to be pushed away. Some side, maybe they'll be here, but or not. I don't know. Essentially, one portion here will be the infinite like lava thing making with the dripstone, and then this back end will be something, and then we'll move the chests somewhere so they could sort stuff out. But all in all, I want it to be a little like cozy place for them. And then where the chests are at the moment, we would probably turn into like the entrance, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And my idea would be like alternating pillars by like 2. So it'd be... Well, let's see if that even works first. Yeah, it does. Because this would be...
Oh, so it'd be like a giant entrance?
Yeah, like a big entryway.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that could look good.
I've just like ruined their life. They can't open the chests. I feel really bad. Let's
It's okay. I think that there's a reason why I placed the chest the way that it is, because they go from this one. They go all the way down this road. All the way down until they reach the end, because they can only check 10 chests at a time. No, that's not right.
This one looks cool.
I'm trying to remember the order. Is that it? That's it.
So how'd you do it?
So I looked.
That is not.
So look at me. So I'm looking toward this direction while placing the back left one. So turn, place, turn, place.
Oh, okay, so it's like a... Okay. Reverse. Reverse, reverse! Reverse, reverse! Wait, the back left, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Reverse, reverse! How's it look? I like it.
Yeah.
Now we just...
replace the head.
Yeah, I don't know, what do we wanna... What do you think would be good as, like, a trim? It could just, honestly... It could just be, deep slate.
It could.
Let's see. Yes, no, maybe, I don't know. Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of
Like,
me
I like
now.
deep slate because I think it would be better if it was like brick. So it's cooked.
Oh,
You know, cooked
you
and then
really,
made into brick.
you really just want to cook it.
Yeah.
Oh god. Okay, in that case, maybe we should make the infinite lava area first. Because then it'll be so much easier.
Hmm.
Now, do we want to... Because here's an idea. We could just use this giant wall, put cauldrons, cut it off around... No, it looks nice, though. But, you know, we have this big wall where we could just kind of make it.
That's true. Where do we place the chest?
I don't know. I'm kind of just thinking as we go.
Yeah, because I felt like this was made for the chest area.
Yeah. It's... I mean, the whole thing is for it to be the sorting chests. We could also just push back the lava wall a little bit. Maybe let's... Okay. Screw it. Do we have literally any deep slate bricks anywhere? Oh, merciful Neptune. Hmm. Maybe that side where the chests are, we push it back more. I mean, we have the... We have the path to work with too, right? So... Like, it'll... Just for the sake of knowing what we're doing. Later we'll make an actual road, but... Oh, it would be a 4 wide if we really did it that way. I mean, so there's side path, right? So actually, technically, it would be... It'd be 2s, right?
Will be 2.
And this part would be the logs, right?
Yes.
I don't want to push it because they're gonna fall or something, and I'm gonna feel bad. But yeah, okay. So, do we want to push it closer, like the actual building?
Push it closer?
Like this way to us, towards us.
Wait, what are we pushing?
The hut, the forge. Rather than pushing the lava wall back,
Oh,
we...
so we push it forward?
Yeah, I think
it's
enough to add maybe like another set of these.
Okay.
The reason I'm saying
Yeah,
that is because we'll have more room for like the chests.
Yeah, I'm more down for that.
Yeah.
Less effort and more space as well.
Maybe we'll have to like push it back even more than that, to be honest. Because the chests, if we want to do the line, maybe we should decide what wall we want them on. Do we want them on the back wall with the lava?
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, that's fine. It's just
Should we
that,
replace this dirt, by the way, with
yeah, I
black
just didn't
stone?
know. Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I was like, I don't know what block to use. Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, we'll move the furnaces as well to some other part.
Okay.
Probably this side. I don't know. We'll figure it out. In any case, yeah, this will be the chest area. And then we'll push this back a little bit to around, I don't know. Do we want to double up on the amount we have?
What, chess?
No, essentially the terracotta, right? So it would be 4 and 4, if that makes sense.
Sick.
Right now we have...
expanded. It's 2x2 moment.
No, 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 no. What I mean is... Not that. It's fine as it is. I mean, like, because we will have the center design, right?
Right.
What I mean is... It's 4... The row goes 4, but then the column goes 2. Do we want to do 4 and 4?
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do that.
We're already out of what was called deep slate.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, I cooked some.
Just like that, you think? Or like against the wall?
Probably against the wall, so you just utilize the space.
Okay. Do we want to use more of the slabs? Oh, no, wait, I don't think we can. Actually, we can, right? Let's see. No, we can't, never mind. Without, like, blockading the lava. I was thinking, like, shelves.
I see.
You know, if we turn these into slabs. Unless you don't like that.
Nah, I don't mind it. Personally, I don't mind it. It's like, as long as it doesn't ruin it, like, if future works, I'm fine with using slabs.
Yeah. It's just, it would be faster to just get it covered up at least.
Yeah.
It's monumentally more already. It actually might just be enough. Well, enough for this portion, but we're gonna expand it.
Yeah.
Hey, looks good though, right?
Yeah. Do we need another copper chest, or is it good with just one?
Up to you.
Just wondering, do we want to have the like 2 rows, or just does it look
I
better with
mean,
one?
can they theoretically, if we did this? No, I think it looked dumb. What do you think?
I like it, but dude, can they? Where is
That's-
he going?
This guy. Oh, I don't think they can reach it from here. Ah, but I like the shelf idea. So maybe we just have a way
shelf
from
idea.
to
Yeah,
stairs.
the chef idea is good. Just mini stairs for them.
Like just like. Oh. Would it be too in the way? But they would reach it, right? If we just do like.
You can do here. So
Guys, please.
guys, okay, get over here. There's 2 chests. Whoa.
Wow, go check that one out, guys. Maybe.
Side. So it goes like this direction.
Wait, what?
So stair here.
Okay.
So pointing that way. Stair
Well, what,
here.
what if we did it here? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then you have like a slab that goes across. Then you can have multiple chests, and they we have to, you know, go up on the little stairs. You see what I mean? It's like just enough for them to go up.
Yes. However, I'm thinking we... Oh, right, because it would need that. I'm just thinking of a way for it to look nice without us having to, like, interrupt it too much, if that makes sense. And, like, I don't like that it's covering this chest. It's, like, in the way. I'm just trying to think of, like, a better way.
I mean, you can just move it back a bit.
Yeah. And then, I don't know, we could categorize it, so the bottom chest will be something, and then top chest will be something. So it makes sense for the floors. Molly with 115 streak. Thank you. God damn. Yeah, I think it'll look good. Or we could maybe even.
Yeah.
Maybe like that?
Okay.
It could even add to the design, and we'll just do it on that side too, but it doesn't need chests. It'll just be like a... Or not, I don't know.
Do you have another stair? Notice them going under it. Move.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the black stone to like cover it up. Oh! Yeah.
Do you want one space in between? Or do you,
How do you mean?
or do you want it like chest wide? Do you want space in between, or do you want them just straight?
Hmm. Yeah, because then... Will they be bothered by the walls? And then maybe like another stair below it? If possible? How's that look?
Yeah, it looks decent.
Yeah. And we just add it
Then
again
also
there.
slabs.
Like up above. Oh yeah, and the slabs. Which, I can make. They're just fighting their way up.
But they don't really have work because there's no.
Yeah. Oh, this
No
area
items
would
to
have
sort.
the stairs. Oh my god.
It's coming
I'm
together.
getting chills.
We can
Sorry.
also have stairs on top.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just add like another set above as like a pillar. Yeah.
It really is just for them.
It is. Good night, Mr.
I like
Juvie. Mr. Juvie says good night to you.
Good night, Mr. Yui?
Yeah, Mr. I call him Gergoobert.
Is that the XUVI?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that before. Is that how you pronounce it?
Juvie. Yeah. It's technically it's Juvie because it's Germany, but we just call him Juvie.
Ah, fair enough. I always associate X with the X, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
This
we need to
Gerksuvi.
move this chest.
No. No, we really just don't. Okay, fine. I just need to... I'm gonna throw whatever I have in my inventory into this one for now. Oh god. Oh god.
We're gonna gather them anyway, so...
Yeah. Just throw them all in here, and then it'll go into the hopper, and then we'll actually organize it. Germany, Juvie men. Idea. We have extra chests spare. They won't burn, right? I guess we'll find out.
They probably won't.
God damn it. Oh yeah, you can hit the slabs, I forgot. I'm jumping here like an idiot.
So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can fit in two
Damn it.
more over there in that corner.
I thought you were gonna say the other number.
No.
Where do we want our furnace wall? Do we want to just, like, embed it into the wall? So, like... Ow! How could this have happened?
Hole.
The singular gray terracotta. So maybe we remove this here. And we put the furnaces in here.
Okay. How will
Well,
it look on the other side?
Awful.
Wait, try placing the, like... Well, maybe... I thought you were gonna just do the bottom half, but...
We could. We could do, like... Yeah, and then put the slabs, like, over them. It's just gonna be a problem with this floor that we wanted to cover up.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, what we could do is just
here.
this.
I know. Since
Okay.
it's still gonna be 2, it's a 2 road. So let's make this 2 instead of 1. And then move all of them 1 step to the left.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you,
Easy.
we could just expand the right side as well by 1.
We could.
It wouldn't be 4, but... Like, it would be the same here. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Unless you don't like how that would look, then that's totally fine. I like the 2x2 design.
Yeah, but it will still have it. It will just... The middle road will just be like a 2, while the rest is 1s. Because of... it's an entrance, you know?
Oh, I see. Like a... Okay. You're parting the sea. I get it. Alright, Moses. Wait.
Did I do it right? No, I didn't.
Yeah! Guiding home, riding
mine.
home. Yeah, that's... Oh. That's good.
You took the last one?
So I did.
Nice.
Cool. Okay. So, oh, we got some more here. Okay. These guys. Okay, closer chests should be the obvious, like, easy to access thing. So dirt, cobble.
Okay. Okay.
I suppose we'll do, like, the bottom chest will be cobble. The top chest will be dirt. If we just start the organizing now, then it'll be easier to just move stuff instead of tossing it into here.
I would. I can't open chest.
I could hear that, yeah. Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you. They timed me out.
Oh. Man.
They can't silence me forever.
That's right. That's
So
right.
what? I was gonna say, so the top one would be forest, and the bottom one would be cave.
Yes. Rock and stone. We should probably label them.
Probably.
Why is the rum gone?
What about stuff like flowers?
Real quick. How do you
Yep.
make the hanging signs?
Stripped wood.
And
Stripped
chains.
wood loads and chains, yeah.
Okay. The reason I ask is because I think what we could do to organize it better is just to put them between
Okay.
where the pillars are.
Counterpoint.
Okay.
It's a slab.
It won't hang off this one?
Nope. If it was 1/2 block higher, it would have.
I guess we just... Would it look weird if we have the slabs or the signs on this? Like the bottom rows, right? It wouldn't be this sign, but as an example.
Unless you want to put them on the chest, otherwise.
We could. I just figured it'd be something like,
Well, like arrows.
yeah,
One pointed left, saying one thing, other on the other saying, yeah, that could work. It wouldn't look too weird.
obviously the wrong side, but yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we gotta just figure out what is what.
Yeah, that's why I want to get the signs so we could just like mark them. Obviously the first two sets, so the top one will be dirt, bottom one will be cobble and like stone.
What you could do is you test on the signs, and then we'll later.
Hold on. Repeat.
What you could do is play the sound line and
I'm really sorry, but you're cutting out like. Oh yeah, true. Okay, let me make the signs. What signs do you think? Spruce? Spruce might actually fit the theme. Rest in peace.
yeah.
Or dark oak. Nah.
Dark oak would be nice if you used white for the text. You can color text, by the way.
Right. That do be kind of true. It's, you know, I gotta say, it's funny because we have a UFO and all our storage is there. But we just do so much work out here that it's easier to work with down here, so.
So I'm asking you again, where do you want the flowers?
That's a really, really good question that I can answer with an alternative sort of counter question. What would make more sense next to dirt? Would it be plants or would it be trees? And also, if we do trees, do we include saplings or just the wood?
I would suggest saplings.
Okay, so saplings and plants or saplings and wood?
Saplings and wood, because you gotta
Okay.
associate.
So we'll
'Cause
do...
You gotta have the thought of like, oh, I want a tree, but I want to plant a tree. Let me check the tree chest for that.
Right.
Plant would be more like, oh, I want a color. If it, as long as I have a plant to associate with that color.
Mm-hmm. So we got dirt grass, tree saps.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Now, what goes with... What should go to the left of stone and cobble? Ores?
Let me check the chest actually.
Okay.
What we have.
Or, I suppose, since we cook a lot of it, we can just do, like, refined stone to the left.
Do we have a lot of it?
I don't know. The thing is, we don't want to put... We have normal stone, right? So I'll put it with cobble, but then we have bricks. We have diorite. Granite. Like, we'd have to sort it somehow, right?
Right. How much is stone? Okay. Well, if you're having stone and cobble as its own, I would say like cave stuff would be right next to it. So anything diorite, gravel, any like stone associated blocks.
Okay, so I'll just say, like, cavern mats. Just materials. Okay. Thank you for putting the things, because my equals sign is also my recording sign, and it keeps starting recording when I type it out. And I could just copy paste it, but I keep forgetting. Not ores and ingots. What would you consider, like, coal, redstone, lapis?
It would be. It would be ores,
We'll just do ores then.
but redstone in of itself has its own, like, little section, just like mechanics.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, that's fine. Some of us we're just gonna have to move upstairs, to be honest, to the UFO.
Right.
It just won't sort with all
Well,
this.
this is 8 chests, and we need 11 in total.
Well, I feel like we're only doing specific things down here, right?
Right.
And the rest would just go to the UFO. We could just have a chest that's like, what's that? Trash?
Yeah.
And we could send that down like you did with this one.
Let me see them actually work. Okay. Hypothetically, what would happen if I were to take a sapling? Use the
You think they're just getting stuck?
I'm worried about that.
Maybe it can't be stairs. Maybe we just have to make something else. What's up, Joe? Oh no, Fleeb, no, dude. Do that. Wrong chest, man. Okay, sapling. Huh. I mean, they're doing it. It's just they might.
They're not the most efficient bunch.
That's okay, because really, it's not like we need it instantaneously sorted, as long as they sort it out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as an alternative, we can add more stairs, like, in between. Because really, we only need... I'll break the ones where we need the signs, right? So here... Oh, hold on. Am I wrong?
Technically, we don't need this sign.
Right. So, it could be another staircase if we really need another one. They don't use ladders, right?
I don't think so.
Because that'd be a game changer if they just... Hey, 145 streak, thank you, man! Thank you for the 145 streak, hell yeah! Hope you've been having fun with the gamers. No! See, this is bad. We don't... I don't approve of you guys going up here. Do not do that. Let me... I'm gonna go get more iron really quick to just cover up that area.
Okay.
Over now? Aw, rip. It was a fun time though, right? For that time that it was a thing that existed. Why? No. It's not my fear or wallet? Oof. Yeah, I can imagine. I can only imagine. I mean, honestly, dude,
Yeah.
maybe we just put it on the chests. Because then, if we can use the in-between sections for the stairs, so they can, like... Because they can't even share the area, dude. Look at this. They're fighting to get up the stairs. This guy's, like, spinning. Like, what's going on here? This guy's leaving the area. I don't even know why.
Dude. Move. Give me 1 second. There.
Okay. This is like dealing with kids. I'm tired. Okay. Jesus. Where? Glebe? Yeah, you better turn around. Stop this. Oh my god. Thank you. Like, surely they know the efficiency of not going too far out. Bro. Okay. No, no. Oh my god.
Here,
I'm
I
gonna
almost
lose it.
tied him. Look, shiny stone.
They're getting on my nerves. Oh. I was like, something's wrong. Now this is some real music while dealing with these hoodlums. Absolute Looney Tunes malarkey.
I've been listening to a song called Paper Cup as of recently.
Is it by a certain Linkin Park?
I don't think so.
Is it by Zed?
Let me look this. It's a band called Real Estate Band.
Real Estate Band?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
They have a visual of like a Chuck E. Cheese animatronic singing about how it misses performing. One space.
Bollocks. The one you left, it's not my bed. I hate real estate. Hate it. Be boom, 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 boom. I do not understand how to orient the pattern terracotta on a vertical wall. I haven't even tried that. Fortunately, it's just the flooring, so... Alright. My brain hurts. Back to work. I see you're using bricks again.
Yeah.
We do have a problem.
Yeah.
Something that we need to address. And it's not an elephant either, so it's gonna be a bit problematic. The wall on the other side. Do we just expand the furnaces? Just keep it going?
Unless... What is this door?
Huh?
What if that's a door?
Yeah, I mean, it would save us the suffering, I guess. It could be 2 doors. Okay. Sure. I'm actually... I think I'm out of the... Do you have
Blackstone.
normal Blackstone, like, bricks?
I didn't even have it from the beginning.
Interesting. I don't know where they disappeared to. I just know I used them all. Maybe I accidentally turned them all into slabs? I don't think so.
I found them. They're in the hopper.
Oh. Excellent. I'm just glad they exist. So do we make this a door or no over here? Just another, like, entrance?
I don't see why not, you know? Because
Yeah.
then it'd be more convenient that way, just, I need some stuff. Instead of, I need
All the
some
way
stuff.
around. Yeah. My thought process is... We could just not have the entrance this way, and then we can use this area for, like, the furnaces, and the anvils, and the stone cutters.
Okay.
Like this section here. Right?
I mean, you can still use that section and still have a door. I'm just thinking, how big of a furnace area do you need?
No, I mean, obviously not jumbo. I'm just thinking, like, the in-betweens. So, like...
Right.
And then we would have a stone cutter, I don't know, like...
Okay. Looking at this, the door probably gonna start like there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because then this would be the...
Yeah, yeah.
Let me go get the... I say let me go get, but all the storage is here now. Okay, hold on. So we got the slabs. Oh, my god. My PC doesn't know what it's doing. How do you want to make the entrance? Just like, it doesn't need doors.
No.
I would do, like, I don't know, stairs? Corners? I don't know if that'll work here, but...
Okay.
That's just an idea.
I don't have the material for that that type of door. I would say it would be out of black stone.
Okay. Well, here.
Hmm. What's
Sorry, what's up?
what's that laughing at us behind me?
There's just these doofuses, man.
They ain't as smart as Love. They keep moving.
It's not much, but it's honest work. And I wanted 7 of these guys. Nice.
I don't know what looks looks the best.
What about, like, stairs on these 2 parts? Thoughts? I like it.
Hmm.
Ooh. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Are they
Roof or no
already
roof?
out of work?
Oh yeah, they're done.
Uh, with this design, it's definitely should have a roof. But of what?
Yeah. Man. Eepiest Eeper today. Jeez. The
You
Lald's
sleep?
strongest Eeper. I did actually. I did sleep. Some kind of resident Eeper. Good to see you, Unknown. What's up? I still got a quiz to do today. Very exciting.
Oh yeah.
I'm just glad the dude's back so I have things to work on and not the signs of oblivion.
Yeah.
Pain. Was Unknown there as well? No, unfortunately. That sometimes it be like that. It really do. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's expensive, very expensive. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, nice, very nice. Man, this would be a nice place to build the portal. The nether portal would be pretty cool here, actually. Looks good. I want to move sand somewhere. Maybe... maybe we move the ores to this side, and then the sand and gravel can go together here.
I'll put gravel here.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what, because we don't have that much sand for it to need its own dedicated chest. But usually when I think of sand, I also think of gravel.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about the dirt, because that one isn't really filled.
Dirt?
Yeah, look.
I mean, if we brought down all the dirt we have up top, it would be.
I don't think it would make that much of a dent. I don't think we have that much dirt up there. Well, maybe we do. Maybe I haven't looked at it properly.
I mean, I did give Radiant like a chest full previously. Because I was like, there's no way we need this much.
That was during a time of like we have to literally terraform like entire mountains here.
Yeah.
If we gave it away, then we don't have it anymore. I don't think we're gonna have that much. But if you want a dedicated chest for it, we can just go over to gravel then. And sand.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, maybe this corner will be... I'm trying to think where to put the lava thing. Do we just make another room? Because really, we could just make this same doorway on the opposite end, and then just add a small little space for it.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, the room doesn't have to be huge, it just needs... Where are you? Whatever.
Yeah.
Cause then... Oh man, I don't know. My brain's not working. Or we could just put it in that corner. We only need 4 blocks, really. We don't want it to spill.
Yeah.
So... Oh! Dude! Sorry, this song. It's mucho excelente. It already played, but...
To Daft Punk's Instant Crush.
Hey, television ruled the night. Not the same song, but...
That's not...
Now, where in the sweet Jiminy Crickets did I put...
Is it in the hopper?
No. Found it. winning a fight against a dude on the top of a cliff facing the sunset. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, but instead of fighting a dude, it's a dragon. It's just not one of the best X packs as far as Final Fantasy XIV goes, but my god. The raw emotion. How's that look?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll... I mean, it needs a roof, but I don't have ideas. It can't be wood.
Yeah, it cannot be.
I have something in mind, but I don't know what the block would be. And I don't know if it would look good. What I'm thinking is... Not this block, or not these blocks, obviously, but... Nope. I just need it to, How in the world was I thinking this? Like, I wanted it to be... almost like a vented roof. I don't know if it would look good, though. I don't know. And why you're farting?
A vented roof.
So, here, where the lava is, I want to turn it into like a big chimney, and then we would put, you know, campfires. And then the rest of it, I thought would be like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe you'll think of an idea after potentially making the chimney.
There we go.
Thank you. How tall do we make the... I don't have Blackstone, but how tall would we make
The chimney?
chimney? Because I
Good
would
enough.
probably add like stairs to flare it up at the top,
Right.
and then it would be 2 by 2.
Okay. It's a great question on how tall this could be.
For the because it's... Ow.
Yeah.
More?
Yes. I guess I know the vision, but I can't really see it at the moment. So
I mean, as long
you
as...
can definitely have the campfire at the bottom already, because the smoke is gonna raise to the top anyway.
Oh. It doesn't have like a limit to how high it goes?
Well, it does, but it's not like it's not that much of a problem. Yeah.
And obviously it would be the Blackstone.
Yeah.
I think one more, and then that section that I'm gonna add will be the stairs as well.
Okay.
Obviously, we can just tinker with it after. We can tinker's construct.
Yeah.
This is the first not really alien-esque looking thing, but it's made for them. These guys, so...
Yeah.
They made it, not us.
Little minions.
Yeah. How in the world is it already 1805?
Yeah.
My thing is, if we raise and arch the roof, then we can add, like, chains, and then on the chains will be lanterns. It doesn't have to be a super tall roof, but I don't want it, like, higher than the chimney. So, we can, like... We can arch it... You know? But would that look good
Okay.
as a roof, or no?
It could look good if you like just arch it like a little proper.
Mm-hmm.
It's similar to how we did the stairs.
Well, by
If you
twos?
like, yeah, if you go by 2 upwards,
Mm-hmm.
maybe even have the like edge pieces that we done, but with obviously another block.
Right. What block would we use? Man, it's Thursday. I'm like...
Yeah, I'm not running at 100% today.
Yeah. It's
I,
just... I mean, you're also just dealing with
really
the
thought
lag.
that I had a well that too, but definitely found that I had like a not a good chicken.
You had a what?
Not a good chicken day.
Oh, not a good day. Rib man.
No, no, chicken.
Chicken.
Eat.
Oh,
Not good.
you had not good chicken. Oh, oh God.
There we go.
Oof.
It's not. It's not too bad, but it did cause a dip in how as I was running.
Yeah. Hey, I feel that. Honestly, anything stomach related for me is I'm shutting down and that's it.
Yeah.
That's the end of it. Well, I mean, we can always continue this another time. I should go do my quiz and my stuff. Get some food for God's sake.
Yeah. I need to get some food myself.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good start. It looks nice. I think it's
Yeah.
a good progression.
It's
Something different.
better than what it was.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, so I was thinking of the witch hat, the big witch hat house that I saw. And then I thought about our vinyl shop. What if we just put a
Yeah.
giant anvil on top of this?
Okay.
I mean, not giant, because, I mean, unless we use, like, smooth stone, that's gonna cost us a lot of iron that we don't have. But... Thoughts?
I'm trying to visualize it. I'm having the most goofy fucking look into it, unfortunately, because it will look because we don't have a roof at the moment, so it's just be a flat roof with an anvil on top.
How about
Yeah.
we make the head of one of those golems? Like, it'll
Okay.
pyramid up, and then there'll be a specific platform, and it'll be their little head.
Okay. Yeah, we can utilize like redstone lamps for their eyes.
Yeah. Good concept idea. And then, I don't know, the roof, whatever. I can't really visualize the roof, but I could
Yeah.
visualize adding their head somehow on top of like a pyramid or something, and then they're there.
Hmm.
I don't really know how to make it look like they built it.
That I feel like it's gotta be too hard.
Yeah. Okay, good idea though.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. It's looking good. We just gotta get rid of these chests, but I kind of want just the full thing done, and then we can deal with the actual moving of everything, because not all of this is gonna go in here.
Yeah.
I mean, we could also add chests here. Just like two double ones next to each, or maybe not. We could just do... We could do the same divide, right? So here will be, and then chest, and this could be like the miscellaneous, where we'll put like a bunch of trash, potentially. I don't know. Just something to consider.
Yeah, because we still have. These are 8 chests, and we need 10 in total.
Oh, well that'd be
That's
perfect.
yeah, because that's the limits. Well, it's 10, and then you can do it like trash as the 11th.
Mm-hmm. The Matt Smith.
When I looked up golems, apparently they check 10 chests, and then they forget afterwards.
Did I forget?
Yeah, and start just checking more chests until they find where they need to go.
Oh my god. They're so funny. Also, I don't really want this wall to be fully... slabs, so I might just add, like, something in the middle.
Yeah, that's not worse.
Alright, cool. Well, we can work on that. later or tomorrow or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get some food. Gonna clock out my brain for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna lay down for a little bit.
Oh my god. Crazy, crazy life update just now.
How's that?
My watch just told me that my heart was beating 6-7 BPM.
Oh,
Crazy. Alright, cool. Well, I'm gonna go end stream, and then I'm gonna go die.
and good luck with your test.
Thank you. It's just a quiz. It's like 10 questions.
Good luck with your quiz.
Thank you. Good luck with your... shitting.
Thank you.
Yes. Alright, peace.
See you later.
Alright. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, even though we went for 5 hours and 13 minutes anyway. Honestly, I think this is good. What do you guys think? It looks nice, right? As like the beginning portion. We gotta deal with this, like, lava part. Maybe we'll raise it or something, I don't know. I don't like that you could see the lava flowing there. That will be the same block as this, as a chimney. This is the first build we're doing that's not very alien-esque. But the premise is that they built it. These little goobers built it. We just activated them. So. Yeah. Oh, Vault Tech Vault. Ooh. Something to keep in mind. Okay. I'm done for now. I'm gonna go get some food. So, GG's. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Appreciate it. This is not a song to end the stream with. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. This is it. This ain't it. If I'm gonna pick a song out of all this, it's gonna be my personal favorite. Alright, gamers. Thanks for hanging out today. Appreciate it. Hope everyone has a good rest of their days. I'll be back tomorrow 1 p.m. EST. Be sure to follow my social, join the Discord, now the Discord. I greatly appreciate that. Remember to, if you're free, push the people to jazz. You should keep in mind the Dwemer from Skyrim. Maybe. That'd be good. Could be good. We'll probably do more Minecraft tomorrow, and then tomorrow will be the last, like, big Minecraft stream for a hot minute, probably until the end. We'll probably do, like, 1-2 streams a week of Minecraft, and I'll just hang out off-stream. I'm thinking of playing all of the Final Fantasy games that don't have Cloud Strife in them. We'll figure that out next week. But for now... I'm tired and my brain doesn't work today. So, GG's. I'm gonna go find someone to raid, but first I gotta get to a safe place. Alright. Who is out here streaming they Freeman? They Morgan Freeman. Ty's doing Guild Wars Reforged. I'll see you guys over to Ty. Alright. Oh god. Can you tell I'm tired? Alright. I'm out. GG's. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your days. and peace.